So, good afternoon. You can see I actually took the time to set up my my environment properly again today. For the first time in a while. So let's make sure I actually have the captioning running for anyone who needs it. And find the right game to load. I did spend a decent chunk of this morning fixing the off-stream version of the game, so I at least do have that back again. Okay, we were making oil, apparently. What were we doing with this oil? The mech is so slow after being used to a fast one again today. Apparently we're making prisms. I don't even remember setting up prism production. At least our mech's going to move faster soon. Oh, was this... Yeah, we actually needed to start doing stuff with hydrogen. I don't remember what it is. Hydrogen and something. It's hydrogen graphite. That's pretty easy. So, I am going to just stick in some storage here. We want to be making red science, please. In fact, we can probably stick that bonus graphite. Graphite? Yes, we're not making graphene yet. I do need to get that right. Alrighty then. And also probably stick in another chest here that we can use to actually fill up with all the materials this is actually going to need. So this cares about a hydrogen and set filter on energetic graphite. And then go try and remember where we make graphite. I think it's up here. Oh, no, over there. Oh yeah, and also remember that my energy depletes really fast flying when I'm not running off deuterium. Deuterium is best fuel. That's what we're learning. Oh, yeah. Literally just said that. So you can really tell that I've gotten very used to a very specific mode of travel. Don't worry, now that we have the red, we are going to... Whoops, I might have just accidentally destroyed some stuff. Yeah, fun fact, that's how you destroy items in this. You try and pick them up when you can't. And instead of just not letting you, it will destroy them all. Silicon production is still very slowly going along. We've at least got a few hundred blue science. And we do need to make at least one more lab to live up there. Genuinely think... Okay, it is actually full of hydrogen. Okay, I will let it off. And here we go, actually starting to make some science happen. X-ray cracking is going to be a priority. Right. Also, all of this. We'll do that soon. Can't do that, that needs purple. Let's have more drones. Let's have some vertical construction. And some veins. Actually, veins utilization is going to be a top priority as well. This is going to take a long time to actually produce everything for. So we definitely want the mecha core energy. Requires thruster. Where is thruster? Thruster? Okay. Because if we can start... Okay, and you need vertical construction, etc., etc. Yeah, stop flying. We don't have energy yet. I do like the fact that all our storage is completely backed up at the moment, though. And also, replace all of these old sorters with shiny new sorters that work faster. And point in the right direction, hopefully. But yes, we will absolutely create some proper graphite production soon. When that research is done, in fact. With unlimited hydrogen. And I promise we won't blow up the universe too much. They can't actually store any more of that. Looking at being able to upgrade to the tier 3 sorters is useful, though. Which is one of the... So we get that and we get bigger storage containers from this research. Which is all useful. So I want 3 stacks of steel. Partly because I need to get rid of some water, and partly because I want to hide some coal veins. Since we are very much approaching the coal is a useless resource part of the game. I really hope they don't change that. Because if they change that anytime soon, I'm gonna be screwed. There we go. Over there. That's where I'm trying to go. Oh, crap, we're actually really loading hydrogen now. And on one hand, that's kind of good, but... yeah... also sort of desperate. Oh, we've got actually quite a lot of graphite there. So that should mean that this only really needs hydrogen to run at the moment. Perfect. And it doesn't need as much red science as it needs anything else. So the idea today is we should finish all of the red things and be looking to start on yellow. Yellow starts to be a pain because... so, I can't make the thing stay up. So, the more D20-ish diamond is a titanium diamond. So we're going to have to start going to other planets today and... setting up all sorts of additional resource transportation stuff. Yes, because I don't actually have any more. If only I had a way of obtaining stone quickly. That was quick. It's also a building. Plod, plod, plod. I promise you it does get faster to move around. No, that's not the place I wanted to be. Don't know if we can necessarily get away with that bit. I promise I will also tidy up all this foundationing later. This is just to try and get the flat terrain to start with. And also to hide all of that coal. Because while we will be using this area to produce graphite, we will not be doing it with coal. Okay, ran out of foundations.
Items. You can click the replicator button at the bottom right of the screen to open the panel and manually replicate these items.
We're already making them. Unnecessary voiceovers are unnecessary. We should need graphite again next. And this will go a lot faster once we actually get better graphite production. That will just replace that whole area, hopefully. Ta-da! Crap. Also, you just waste resources if you have something in the replicator queue that can't be added. Forgot there was still something in the queue when I picked up all that stuff. And apparently we need more magnetic rings. This is also a solvable problem. And hydrogen. I'm surprised it's actually the hydrogen we're running out of there. But, you know. Let's try and leave space for hydrogen. Didn't manage to pick it up in a flyover. Gonna need more steel and start getting the fuel refineries set up already. So this is one of the things that's actually a little bit annoying, I find, in a first playthrough on this game. So if we look already, that's sulfuric acid. Okay, fuel is not the greatest example of this. What's another one I know has alternate things? Unless this has already been fixed and I've missed it. Okay, so graphite, for example. So it shows 2 recipes for making graphite that we can't actually use. And the first time I played this through, I did not realise that at first. It's really not too obvious. So, let me just try and make that be quiet for a moment. Might need to also try and do it here. Okay, no, that has actually set it there as well. Good. Right, now back to the important things in life. Like, what are we missing here? Oh, okay. Because we will definitely want a whole load of refineries. It is the best way to make graphite, and also hydrogen, which is going to become increasingly important. Wait, oh, there's the prisms. So I knew prisms were here somewhere. Mm, 9 is a reasonable start. And apparently we desperately need more power. Thankfully, we have a convenient way of doing that. still need more power. That's not ideal. It doesn't help that we're not producing enough graphite yet. But when we are producing enough graphite, all of these are going to start running again. And that will definitely help. Research speed too slow. Fine, let's go work out what we ran out of. In fact, it's still going, it's just not going as fast as it would like. So we'll do the power first. Actually, it might be the power that's the problem, thinking about it. Okay. Making progress because it's now making the actual oil refineries. Okay. Because then what we'll do is we'll actually put like a hydrogen loop around inside here, and then overflow hydrogen we can siphon off elsewhere. Moment. Excellent. We can start working on power. We might need to use this extra crude oil seep as well, just to try and produce enough fuel. But, you know, these are all perfectly reasonable, acceptable things to do. Everything takes so much longer this early in the game. Okay, we're almost down to like a proper amount. We actually want these, so yeah, we need iron plates. No, these. Should probably also just pick up some gears. I know we're making them. Fine. This is going to be a lot faster and more efficient. Apparently there's a turbine that we were just waiting to finish building over here. Okay, we've almost fixed the power supply problems. That's more crude oil. Yeah, we definitely don't want to block that up because we're going to need it. In fact, if we can get enough hydrogen being produced, then that's an additional fuel source for thermal plants. Up until we start turning it into deuterium and making a better type of power plant. And yes, in stunning realism, you can actually just convert regular hydrogen into deuterium. Because, I mean, it kind of exploits probabilities in how the game uses it. But it's probably significantly easier to say you've always got a certain chance that it will be detected as deuterium, rather than for every unit of hydrogen trying to track it and say, is this deuterium? Yeah, okay. We're at least improving. This is good. No, actually go somewhere. So what do we need? We need these things. Actually, probably just have a look and see. Okay, the blue one's actually still running. Fine, we'll put those back. Because that means then that we need hydrogen and graphite. And we desperately need to remove some hydrogen from here, so that seems like a good starting point. Research too slow, but you have... Wait. Oh. Yeah, so sometimes that happens and it's really annoying. The sorters don't... Like, even if you try and place on the last one, it'll jump a square back. So this is a little bit what I was talking about with Lottie on the stream yesterday. And just how... occasionally they don't quite connect in the right place. In fact, we can use up some more of the hydrogen by using it to fill our fuel. Yeah, I know it's too slow, but it's going to pick up again now that we've actually worked out what the problem is and started to restock the research supplies. Actually, we could already be getting bonus power from hydrogen. But let's okay, we need stone. Where was stone? Stone is that one. Yes, please. I'm going to assume we can still only stack these two high at the moment. So we're going to disable that. It's in fact what we actually want to do. Is something a little bit different. Okay. Nobody judge my terrible conveyor design. Or, you know, judge it. It really doesn't matter that much. Okay, there's some other stuff we're going to need to learn how to make soon. That's... okay. Okay, that's because it hasn't actually fully finished this conveyor yet. And that's going to cause problems for these refineries because they're going to back up on hydrogen, but at least this is a fixable problem. Right, we can now also reverse this and drain the hydrogen out of these into the big storage. So what this will now do is keep at least one chest's worth of hydrogen here. And feed any of the overflow into the power plants. And it's this line here, by the looks of it. Okay. We've run out of blue science. We'll go and restock that in a second. Okay. That will become a hydrogen ring eventually. Also, I was reading the planned patch notes for this big update release they've been talking about, and it does sound pretty solid in terms of things like, yeah, you might want to just upgrade this stuff. Yes, I do. Briefly check silicon again on the way past. That was not the correct chest. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Oh no, okay, we're actually not producing red. That was not what I expected from the numbers here. We've got red. Oh, that just probably means it's managed to get into, like... That doesn't even make sense. But, okay, fine, whatever. Just need so much hydrogen for this thing. Thankfully, we're about to start making infinite hydrogen. this is going to be the graphite output channel. That's a really wonky random corner, but, you know, never mind. So you can see we've already started to stockpile quite a lot of hydrogen, which is going to kickstart this whole process. You in fact want to break this conveyor there and do that. Which is going to have a bit of an odd effect, at least to start with. But we can start doing a little bit more preparation here. Gonna need some more sorters. Okay. This actually gives us the recipe we've been wanting. Please paste the recipe, thank you. Okay, I only misplaced one of those. And this is a very small optimizing trick. So the reason that this X-ray cracking thing works so well is it starts off by taking 2 hydrogen in, but it wants to try and generate 3 hydrogen and a graphite for 2 hydrogen and a fuel, or a refined oil, in fact. Do we not have anything that's automatically making motors? That's an oversight. We'll have to rectify that soon, I think. Definitely going to need more motors. For now, we can set some stuff up. What do we need? Gears, iron plates, magnetic rings. Should now be producing a sensible amount of power again. Let's have a look. Yeah, there we go. As you can see, our overflow hydrogen is actually doing quite well. Ooh, and it looks like we can... Whoops. Thanks. Oh, crap. Yeah. I was wondering what was going wrong with that then, and I realised it was the ones I was actually trying to make. Damn it. Anyway. We do have plans for how we're going to fix this problem of having to keep going and drop off resources there. This is just the interim solution. And I say solution very loosely, I think it would be fair to say. There we go. Finally managed to find the bit I was trying to click on. And there we go. We're now starting to produce graphite without needing coal. Oh, I've also just realised that I forgot to set up all the filters. And thankfully these ones aren't, you know, running yet. But not that it matters, because these belts should be... Oh no, wait, yeah. The input feed doesn't matter. The output feed definitely matters. Curses. Fine, this might need minor tweaking. No. How do I press buttons? Help! There. Okay. No, let me through. Crap. not want to connect your fuel line to your output line. That's also dangerous. Okay, that one still doesn't have an input. It'll probably have an input. And this is actually a case where I genuinely want a splitter.
Splitter with 4 directions. It can split the passing cargo or balance the cargo on multiple conveyor belts. The splitting speed depends on the conveyor belt speed. Use the tab key to switch between different styles, and click it to set priorities and filters.
And there we go. Just like that, we are suddenly producing way too much graphite suddenly. That was very suddenly, apparently. So, which one do we think is going to be producing faster? This one that produces other bonus resources that we need, or this one? Because I think I know the answer. And this leaves us with one random coal ore left that we can't do anything. Unless we do that. And then just turn it into one single energetic graphite. So, graphite production is complete. I'm going to scrap these. We can take out that top tank. Then we're going to turn this around and use this to help feed all of the fuel back into the actual processing area. And then apparently hydrogen's not reaching this last one yet. Probably because hydrogen actually burns out really fast. This is a problem we can also fix later. This is okay. Now, however, it's just a case of let's make sure we can drop off enough resources to keep research going for a little while. Yes, the blue ones are still processing just fine. Does kind of suggest that once again it's the red ones that have run out. It's always hydrogen. So this is one of the things that we actually are going to need to try and do. As soon as we research this thrusters, we can get the intraplanetary logistics. And once we get that, we suddenly end up in a really good place for fixing a whole load of stuff. In the meantime, we can also start making motors, because it has become evident we are going to need motors. Thinking about this, I kind of also hadn't noticed the fact that graphite has 5 times the stack capacity of hydrogen. There's really no wonder it runs out that much faster. Oh, it's not just thrusters, is it? We also needed to do vertical construction. Then we're allowed to do this. And that is going to be a very big step. If we can set that up today, we are in fantastic shape. Even better if we can actually go one step further. Stop telling us. So what's the next step? Next step's this one. So okay, so that needs yellow science. So we can get yellow science and the interstellar logistics. We end up in an even better place, because we can actually start considering Fires drive engine 2. Oh wow, collectible deuterium. So I think I know how we fix all of our power issues forever. So, yeah, that's a really good gas giant to get. This has no silicon, but it does have a lot of titanium. This has at least some silicon. Oh, this has everything. Except coal, but we don't need coal. So, we want to go set up a secondary base on Eta Columbae 1. That's going to be our key objective, I think. Oh yeah, we're low on power, well, lowish on power again, because we don't have the hydrogen overflow anymore. So we need to make motors, so we can also make turbines. That's very much going to be a thing. I want to start, particularly around here, upgrading to use the Mark III sorters. The sooner the better, really. Oh, we are actually out of blue science production stuff. And it looks like we have a few circuits, but we mostly need the magnetic rings. Which, thankfully, we are producing. It's not really stacking. Where are we making circuits? Over there. This is part of the problem at the moment, is just trying to remember which area makes which things. Yeah, vanes utilization is going to be a big thing. So that makes all of your miners last longer and also produce faster, which is impressive as a piece of technology. And we still have 1 or 2 blue science left in storage just as a backup thing, so it's not the end of the world. I do like watching all the Matrix labs in operation, though. And then the ones doing actual research will show when they're hyping things up. Okay. That's enough of that. Yeah, we probably actually need to go pick up all our stuff again. So what we're also going to do while we are here is feed the fuel overflow lines, trying to avoid that oil seep in case we do need to build an extractor on it, into a storage container. And the reason for this is knowing that we're going to need the fuel later for other things as well. And not only that, but if we back up the fuel too much, then the refineries are going to stop producing, and we will not be producing our infinite hydrogen quite so quickly. Okay, yeah, it's going over the top, that's fine. Yeah, you can kind of see where we're starting to need to speed up extracting things off this line. Okay, so we need iron and we need circuits. These are things we can achieve. It's probably too many circuits, actually. What are we making? These. And we want to make motors, so we need gears and magnetic rings. So let's just make a bunch. In fact, I kind of want to make more of these. I also don't actually remember at the moment, off the top of my head, how we make these hydrogen fuel rods once we unlock the tech for them. Okay, it's just the assembler. Although it does also need titanium, which we probably can't do anything with yet. Correct. Gonna need some crystal smelting at some point as well. And these two are the next steps for starting to do interesting things that are possibly unrealistic. That's already in the queue. We will get there when we get there. Question is, can we actually go to other planets at all yet? Okay, yeah, needs drive engine 2. How do we get drive engine 2? That's drone engine. That's drive engine. Definitely need to queue that up. Yeah, so this line of research gets really interesting later as well. So despite the Sorter Mark III already being faster than 2, this line lets you get it to stack more, up to 6 items per trip. Which you can imagine greatly increases the speed of everything you're trying to do. Also need to get this tech. Unfortunately, we can't get fire ice off this gas giant. Which is a shame. Oh, that's a really windy planet. Anyway. Hide some more coal veins out the way. Also allows us to fill in that gap in the wind turbine grid. Do-do-do. All the power! What can we actually get up to now? Doesn't tell you what the cap is. How incredibly unuseful. Some iron veins. And some copper veins sort of near-ish. Might just have to reuse our facilities here for the moment, which is not what I was really wanting to do. Oh, I'll just put the recipe in there. Okay, do we go really ugly long conveyor belt, or do we go manual shipping for this? Okay. We need to also give it some power. Okay. No. I wish you could actually, like, selectively disable the conveniently make everything for you feature. In part, I'm doing it this way because I know full well that we're going to need these magnetic rings again to make the turbines. Do we even make turbines yet? No. So in fact, we're also going to need some more tech. Lack of research items. Whoops. Should go fix that as well. I'm just going to assume it's hydrogen, because, you know, it's always hydrogen. Oh, we have more power again, though. Briefly, because I'm about to take a chunk of it. To look forward to when we get to the point where we're just running everything off deuterium, which we harvest for free from our gas giant. That's at least going to start researching again. That's the main thing there. Where's all my drones? I managed to leave them behind somewhere. Okay, I have no idea what happened to them. Stand here and let the drones work for a little bit. In the meantime... Maglev? Yeah. So we're going to need to enqueue this as well. So you just need all of the techs all at once. I don't think that's asking too much. Okay, that's going to make us some motors. Everything else here is working away perfectly happily. Oh, the problem here is that the hydrogen is overflowing. Okay. In the short term, this is a solvable problem. Kind of. We can just take it twice as fast. Bagged. Looks like we might even be able to do this. If we can. So one of the things to know about sorters in this is that the length of the sorter itself dictates how fast it operates. Which makes a kind of sense, but it's not something I at least am particularly used to seeing covered in games. So sometimes you can actually get a much better performance for your sorters by just being a little bit careful about how you place them. So you can see we're now starting to fix this whole hydrogen backup problem. And in case you're wondering, yeah, we can't overlap the third one here, so that's the problem there. You can also fix by rearranging stuff here so that the extract comes out on a different side or something, but we don't really need to worry too much about that, I don't think. The important thing here is that we are between the excess hydrogen produced by the initial fuel refinement and this hydrogen production, we are getting everything we need. And in fact, stockpiling properly. So I'm just going to take all of that. As you know that we're going to run out of this again and again and again. we've actually also run out of graphite this time, though. That is a genuine surprise. If only we had some sort of mechanism that was producing graphite for us at a reasonable rate. So you can see that even though these are starting out fairly spaced out here, by the time it gets around to here, we're already starting to back up on the conveyor belt just because of the sheer amount of hydrogen we're outputting. So another thing we're going to have to do, which is going to make this look really odd, is we'll start upgrading this conveyor loop. So this will end up being a Mark III conveyor loop, which will actually transfer everything so fast, it's going to look incredibly silly. I mean, even sillier than it looks at the moment. And then the only remaining question we end up with is the question of, do we need an additional fuel refinery to operate all of this? So let's just have a quick look while we're doing research. So hydrogen fuel rod. Hydrogen fuel rod plus 200% chamber generation, 40 megajoules. Where is hydrogen actually as a thing? We might have to find it through this route. Or even just this route. So it's plus 108. So yeah, it's worth converting your hydrogen as soon as you can. This is going to require a lot more setup. We're going to need to bring titanium over and do a whole load of stuff, but it's definitely worth doing. Yeah, it would help if I actually had brought over all the stuff so that I could replace those sorters. No, didn't want to pick that up. Keep clicking the wrong bit. This should help boost, yeah, circuit production. Was exactly what we wanted to see. And we're going to need these turbines for almost everything else now. And it's time to go do another hydrogen run. Just before it starts yelling and saying, "You need more hydrogen." That's what it sounds like, I've decided. Okay. So now there's a lot of, like, wait and get research to happen. Might actually think about reordering that. Because now we haven't got the vertical construction queued. We can keep that again. And then get back to queuing this. Shouldn't be that slow. We're producing as fast as we actually can at the moment. Oh, okay. I guess we could build another stack to produce red science, but that is not the solution. I mean, it's almost using the middle one. This is a big part of why in my off-stream game I would tend to set this up and just leave it producing science overnight, and then come back to it in the morning and go, yeah, okay, I'll just click this and drain all of these storage containers of science cubes. So in any time we need blue now, we're pretty much set. We've got 2,500, no, 3,000 blue. Which is good to keep us going at least a long way into the tech tree. Later on, there's a lot of stuff that takes like 2,000 of each type of cube, but we are not there yet. Okay, that's producing fairly well now. This is still backing up, which is perfect. Okay. Since we can, let's generate some more power. With the safest known source of power, burning hydrogen. Actually, this is also a really good crude oil seep if we need to increase fuel production. Blunk, blunk. There we go. Okay, we have our power load down to a much more reasonable 60-ish%. Also going to look at improving how much hydrogen we can store over by the research place, so that we don't have to go quite so often. Okay, we still need to put more hydrogen there. And you can see we've already almost filled up this extra storage completely. So let's just take a whole load of it. So that should be enough hydrogen to keep us going for at least a little while. Certainly should be enough hydrogen to keep us going until we finish this research. And then, then we've got the drive. Is that the next one? Yeah. That's going to need 200 blue as well, but that's fine. We have all of the blue. And then we have maglev, which is mostly blue. So we should have enough to at least keep us going that long. Okay, we definitely do need more fuel production. Ta-da!
The data shows this is a planet without natural titanium veins. Perhaps you
Yeah,
can
we
get
know.
some by collecting gravel. If you need a massive titanium collection, you need to find a planet rich with titanium veins as soon as possible.
I do like it when I have those riched veins. You need to be riched with your veins, everyone. That's the key lesson here. Probably going to need to be powered as well. There's also a question of, are we still stockpiling here? And an answer of, yes. So we should also join this up. About here. And all of these want to actually just make fuel. And apparently we're out of power again, because we're always out of power. Or at least out of the range of power, I guess. We still have plenty of power. Unlimited power. And then you get to the bit where you have to set up all of the correct outputs and try not to fill your fuel with hydrogen again. Which is what I seem to spend a lot of time on my other game fixing. So this time I'm not going to conserve conveyor belts by running them on the same line. No, because that one hasn't got a recipe yet, that's why. So, prioritise the output here because we should be producing enough crude oil over here already to keep these running for a little bit. And they're going to stop if they can't output all of their outputs. So. Might not be quite good enough. Not without more storage, anyway. But you can also kind of see my point here about the effectiveness of this as a hydrogen production mechanism. The problem is that it produces too much hydrogen. But, you know, we'll fix all of this later. And, you know, I can't see there being any problems caused by, for example, a stray spark. I'm sure this much hydrogen in one place is entirely safe.
You have received the ability to sail. Double-click the space key to lift off to enter the flight mode, and keep pressing the forward direction and space keys in the flight mode, and you will enter the sailing mode when you reach a certain altitude.
Again, just a very accurate but slightly odd translation. We should also probably finish that conveyor line at some point. Might help. It looks like that's what the drones are doing. But yeah, we also need more vertical stacking, and we can put even more storage here, and you can do all sorts of fun stuff with all the overflow, but yeah, for now, we just need to try and keep these conveyor belts running as best we can. Wow, you are going all the way over there. That's, you know, dedication. Okay, this is starting to keep the lines moving. Just. Oh yeah, but now also these are backed up because they are producing too much hydrogen. It's an odd sort of self-selecting problem, because what will eventually happen is things will block up too much. These won't get the fuel to produce hydrogen. The excess will then burn off into the power plants, which frees these up to output all of the fuel they've stockpiled, which restarts the process. It's, yeah. You can see these are occasionally managing, or these ones at the back at least, are managing to do stuff sometime. Ooh. Can I get it to tell me how to build these? Okay, it's just motors and mag rings. That's fine, we can do that. Right. So the aim here is that pretty much as soon as we get the recipe, we set these going to produce our whatever they're called. I've forgotten the name. Turbines? I want to say turbines. We'll say turbine. It's a word. It works. And then we can go to another planet and set up production for like titanium and proper silicon and stuff like that. In proper silicon, as opposed to we'll try and fudge it from stone that we have going to start with. We can get somewhere with actual silicon deposits. And I think what I will probably do is take a short sort of 5-10 minute break when this tech finishes and we set it up. And then when I come back, we'll see how much stuff has been produced and get going to our next destination. Come on, it can't be too much longer now. It's what, slightly more than 4 times? 3 times? 2, 4. Yeah. So yeah, it's using 4 blue to every red. What's thruster going to take? Yeah, so thruster just allows us to make thrusters. The only purpose of which is to make these drones. Oh, we're going to need processors. Oh, we can make processors though. That's fine. So yeah, what we'll try and do is we'll actually try and set up producing most of the stuff that we actually need. There's still a bit of stuff we've not made over there. So I'll finish that bit of conveyor belt as well. And then we'll have a break. Yeah, so these it's easiest to produce on a silicon planet. We just run out of red science with 3 left to go. We really need to get this logistic stuff set up so that, you know, we can... Oh, we actually ran out of graphite. Okay. I keep just not expecting graphite to be where the problem is. Oh, also, we're completely backed up on graphite already. Yeah, so this whole extra refining business is phenomenal for just generating hydrogen and graphite. In a basically infinite capacity. There's one of the reds we needed. Let's race it back. We'll see if we can get back to those fabricators or assemblers before it's done. Aha! That one. Trying to remember where it is. Oh, it doesn't automatically update. Disappointing. And not massively surprising, that would be a pain to do, but... Okay. So that will now deal with making us the turbines, which means we can also finally now make Mark III sorters. Yeah, wanted to finish building this corner. Okay, and we do now seem to be producing a sensible amount of fuel. And by sensible I mean enough to power everything. Although, no, that's just because we're so backed up on graphite. Let's get some more graphite storage. We're also about to be backed up on fuel. Oops, wrong button. Fine. Okay. Right, it is time for a short break. I will be back in 5-10 minutes. In the meantime, I'm just going to leave this running and see where it gets to. So, stick around. We will see how far we get on this today. I'll catch you in a minute. Okay, I have fresh water, and we are back. So let's see what happened and what stopped working while I was gone. We are not producing fuel because too much hydrogen. Let's destroy some hydrogen. That is actually a really terrifying phrase to say out loud. Oh, don't mind me, I'm just going to blow up some hydrogen. Yeah, only even needed one chest. Clearly used to having a larger inventory as well. That was the wrong button. I only meant to do that. The idea being that I can then do that. Then we'll go, you know, take over a bunch of hydrogen to go live here. Maybe some more graphite. You know, just stuff to keep everything running while we're gone. Yeah. Already refilling all of the hydrogen. That should be enough to start it off. Because at least from here we can, like I said before, we'll go and we'll see about setting up a new base on another planet that has a little bit more by way of resources. So, for one thing, you know, I want to get, like, better production of things like circuits and turbines and stuff. Graphite, that's what we were going for. This should be enough. I actually do want to keep some because it's useful to have, particularly while we still, compared to what I'm used to, don't have that much total energy capacity here. Oh, yeah, meant to pick up the staff. Go leave all of the excess circuits here. The excess of these. Right. Now it's time for us to actually go visit other planets. With a brief stop to recharge our wireless tower. And make some turbines on the way. Okay. The gears and magnetic rings. This is just because we know we're going to need to get some power production going really quickly. So we might as well take it with us. Okay. And to space.
In sailing mode, you can control the mecha go to different planets or planetary systems by following the arrows in the space navigation. Hold down the shift key to accelerate, back arrow key to slow down. You can also use the Q, R keys to hold down the right mouse button, dragging to sideward flight.
I didn't notice that one on my single player. The dragging to sideward flight. Do you drag to sideward flight? This is going to take a hot minute. We can't go that fast at the moment. Theoretically, we can get up to 1,000 meters a second, but it takes a lot more energy than we currently have access to. And this is also when we see if I can still remember how to do space travel correctly, and not do what I did the first couple of times and completely miss. We're gonna have a hot landing. Okay. So. First order of business here is we know there's a bunch of stuff that we need to just get life started. So, you know, we're going to need all of these iron and copper bits, and we don't want to have to spend time flying back and forth to the base planet. So, we're going to get that started off. This is why we brought all of these wind turbines with us. Means that we should have enough to actually properly start out here without worrying too much about what's going on. Of course, the thing I did neglect was to make sure we had enough sorters. So we're going to have to actually make those here. But, you know, it could be worse. This is something we have the capacity to do. I mean, if we have to, we can even get started with very basic sorters here. And even going to set these up to make slightly different things, just because this is the stuff that, again, we know we're going to need early on. So we are here. There's a whole load of titanium there. A lot more iron and copper here. Some silicon here. There's some titanium. There's not a lot of stone, really. There's some titanium near some stone. This is probably not going to be a good planet for making titanium glass, I would say. And, you know, we already know we can't make titanium at the moment anyway. So this is really all just preparation for when we get to that point. I'm also very aware that we're going to need a huge power grid to deal with interplanetary travel when we do get to that point. Close enough. Power load 10%. That'll do. We actually have a load of copper ingots already. Not so worried about that. So, what we do have is the ability to make some Mark III sorters already. Why can we not make Mark III conveyor belts? That's an interesting question. Where do you get those from, then? Oh, okay. You get those with interplanetary or intraplanetary logistics. Have we got anything that only needs blue still? Because we can certainly do that. We're going to need these soon as well. That's going to be the next big sticking point. One of the key advantages of having these vein sets that have so much in them is that you can at least get away with setting up several miners on the same one without worrying too much about it running out quickly. No, production is over here. What am I doing? Do I even know? Probably not. So, the aim is we're going to use this planet to start making all of the actual advanced components we need. Once we get all of the tech we want, we'll then ship it back to our original planet and distribute it via drone rather than by conveyor belts. And we can do whatever we like to mess up this planet because it's a lava planet and no one's going to live here. Except the lava people! Hey, we're still... Grr. Power load 2%. And there's probably going to be some stuff we can't do here because it's going to need graphite or something. So that's one thing to be aware of, at least. Also, at some point, I really want to try putting a water extractor in lava, just to see what happens. You know, like if you can, what you get if you do that. Interesting questions. It's a fluid tank we have. What are those things? Plasma exciters. Interesting. I need to make some sulfuric acid at some point as well. But that's one of the things. We'll use all of that excess fuel we've had stored up for us to do. Now we are starting to make some significant progress. And we have plenty of sorters to load things and do all of the work. See how much faster these Mark III ones are, though? Why do I keep, like, placing these power things in really stupid places that block up trying to place the conveyors? Oops. That's another thing that does slightly irritate me about the way the UX works for this, is if you go into the dismantle mode, it still leaves whatever else you had selected for when you exit dismantle mode again. But that just seems so counterintuitive that you don't actually leave build mode in any way. It just counts as the same thing still. Anyway. That's probably just me being grumpy. No, from here, please. You want to make circuits, probably? And everything here needs power. And we probably also need to actually put copper ingots on this line somewhere. Fine, let's get rid of that one. Okay, that's actually just because all of these are full already that they're not producing anymore. This is also a problem we can solve. Okay, so that's that set done. Then we want these with, I believe, copper ingots? Yeah, okay, so magnets and copper ingots. Escape also keeps closing the window I don't expect it to. And you'd think I'd have just learned by now. And these both want to be making iron ingots, because we're going to need more of those. And we're going to need to provide some power here again. It's a lot faster to start a fresh base once you've kind of already got everything you need. And in a moment we'll go to another iron deposit like that one there, and we can use that one to make steel and gears. Or at least that would be the plan. That's probably because we actually need magnets, isn't it? Oh, or stone. We might also need stone. Only there was some way of obtaining stone on this planet. Is there an actual stone vein around here somewhere? Let's use the correct view. There's a stone vein there. That's close-ish. Okay, so this is the place to go for stone. This place is going to make us titanium glass, is what I'm looking at there. This place has a lot of coal that we're never going to use. And the one we're on now is the one that's going to do all of our general copper and iron production, I think. Also helps if you remember that you're supposed to be making copper ingots. Gonna need more of those and more of these. And you can already see that the production efficiency of what we're getting so far is at least as good as, if not better than, what we had before. So this is going to turn into a stockpile, and then we can ship anything we need back from here. That is going to be the general plan. What did we say up here? We said titanium and gears, didn't we? Not titanium. Wow. Words. Steel. Steel and gears. And I've already forgotten how you actually make gears. It is the assembler. Which means these are way too close together. Also, what's the ratio? It's 1:1. Fine. But this is one of the things, because there is such a higher resource quantity on this planet than on our original one. It means we can actually be a little bit more sensible about ratios of things. So, like steel ingot, oh, it's actually 3. I thought it was 2. Well, okay then. It also helps if you press the right key. That's not what I meant to do at all. I was too busy thinking how I was going to connect all of these up. And there's a whole load of other stuff we'll need to do to get really good steel production going there, but that's a job for in a moment. But we're also going to want to produce these things. Okay, so that's thems. Let's also actually get around to connecting these up, because we're gonna need to make a whole bunch more conveyor belts. And just to speed up making conveyor belts, let's actually work on making gears. We're going to make a lot of iron ingots on this planet. Gears. And power the whole thing. And then apparently get stuck in my own base design, because that's a thing that I do. a feeling that was going to happen. Can't squeeze anything else in there. Much as I might try. Just completely ignored what I was planning then. The idea is we can fit in one more smelter here to feed a line of ingots. We have a smelter here to feed a line of ingots. And then we would have... Actually, that might be too close. I'm trying to do this largely by eyeballing it at the moment, and it's not easy. Because we want one line there. That line would then fit there with the smelters in the middle, and that's the output line. I promise this isn't total nonsense. I do have a clear picture for what I'm expecting this to look like. It's just probably going to look like nonsense to everyone else for a little while. So, what do I need here? Magnets and iron, probably? If only I had anywhere where that was being produced. This will go a lot faster as well once we get all of the production properly running, because then we just go to all of the storages. Copper vein here. We can probably use this one to join with the magnets. Probably been even easier to just use these two. You can also see how nice it is though when you place one of these. It's like, oh, this will produce like 500,000. Free energy. I had a feeling we might be starting to run a little bit low on power. Admittedly, a chunk of that is likely to be just because we were charging. Yeah. Nevertheless, we should be able to charge without causing a brownout. It needs foundation support. If I read the message, it actually tells me why I can't place it. Okay, let's drop the power load back down again to something more sensible. You probably don't even need to do that, thinking about it. Probably. Okay, let's just, like, improve in my head how this is going to work as I go along. That doesn't actually want the outputs on it yet. At some point I'm probably going to have to come around here and properly organise all of the actual storage, but that's definitely a later job. Okay. So we're storing plates, magnets we will use shortly, we're storing circuits, we're storing gears. To actually pick up a bunch of these, as we already know we need to make some more steel. Right, that'll keep us going for a bit, I would have thought. So this is going to be enough to hopefully finish our steel production. Once we get steel production running... So the reason for all of these extra smelters is because the steel production is 3 to 1. So I'm trying to make sure that we feed fast enough to keep all of the steel smelters running at 100% efficiency. It's just one of those things that later on we can start looking to say, well, okay, rather than producing any of this stuff locally, we'll actually just ship it all. Now we actually need to make it. In fact, I misjudged the space. So we can tidy this up a little bit more as well, which is always nice to see. Don't need that one. Do, however, need a bit more there. Fine, let's just make some more regular towers. Okay. Five. No. Lack of item. Yeah, okay. This is why full automatic production is such an important thing. Okay. I just also thought I should check and make sure you can actually run conveyor belts across lava. Turns out, yes, because... yes? And we're going to need some more of those as well, so we may as well get them started. It's also nice that there's so much just, like, incidental stone. Oh yeah, we're making these at the moment. So we get this, we get the magnetic rings. That's going to give us enough that we can start making all of the infrastructure pieces fairly easily, I think. We have some slightly excess conveyor there as well. Yeah, we definitely also need to be making motors. And we should have enough that we can make the electromagnetic turbines fairly trivially on this planet. Which is the other big thing, is if we can make the motors and the turbines in enough quantities here that we can get 4 or 5 assemblers running on each of them at once, we can then fly back with all of the turbines we're ever going to need. Which is a big thing. Yeah, we definitely are going to be needing... Let's take some of this stuff out. And we go pick up some gears and circuit boards while we're making all of this. Because we should be able to do this already. Oops. Yeah, keep forgetting that core energy is a thing. Okay, that's got the steel production running. And that should certainly be as fast as we ever need it to run. So next we'll work on the magnetic rings. Choo-choo! First of all, let's get some more power. I wonder if it actually goes faster if you can get charged from 2 at once. And it seems to be, but I can't tell if that's just me imagining it. Oh, also we've completely browned out the grid again. So let's do something about it. We should be able to build like the thermal power stuff just on top of lava. Yeah, we're also going to need to make a bunch more conveyors again, aren't we? But thankfully, we are producing everything we need to do that. Wow. We are definitely going to need to produce more power, though. Oh, so close. But we'll get producing the rings first, and then we can worry about everything else. I really want to get us to the point where we can start making turbines faster here by a reasonable margin than we are on the original planet. We can do that, then we'll just occasionally come and bring back a big shipload of them. No, that was not the right key. I think we actually have all the buildings we need already. No. Yeah, we're definitely about to find a need for more sorters again. We're saying we want these to make mag rings. And in a separate line, we're going to bring in copper ingots here. Almost did that backwards then. I'm very good at doing backwards conveyor belts. If you ever need someone to completely mess up your infrastructure by building backwards conveyor belts, I'm the person for you. Whee! Yeah, it would also help if you drone guys finished building this conveyor belt, please. So actually the thing to do here is going to be to tear down a couple of these. With a view to using them in the short term, getting some of this stuff running. Then the faster we can get all of these running, the better. And the first set will be used exclusively to make electric motors. Actually, so this makes 45 per minute. Just tell me how fast... No. How about if I actually just place one of these? Will it tell me? No. Just tells me it makes 0 a minute. How useful. That makes 40 a minute. And these actually want to take in 90 a minute. So we're definitely going to need to make more magnets to run these at peak efficiency. But then if these produce at 45 a minute after that point, that's probably good for us. Okay. Now we have more sorters again. We can hopefully speed everything right up. Or we can almost immediately run out of sorters again. That is, of course, the other option. We have far less intermediate construction work to actually do now, which is a good thing. Okay, so we want to make motors. Buys these, and it's going to require bringing gears over from the other place. At least is going to be setting us up in a decent place, I believe. Okay, we're making quite a lot of these magnetic ring things now. However, I do believe we are going to need to at least double up on production of magnets. And this is just not going to be fast enough. Still also a little bit disappointed you don't get to stack the actual construction facilities. That would be pretty cool. build a bunch of assemblers or something in a big tower. This produces motors. Oh yeah, okay. Then we need to actually check and see how quickly motors get produced. And help work out what the ratio is. So these produce 45 a minute. So as long as they don't need more than 45 a minute to make motors, we're good for running the 5 assemblers on motors at once. Okay, 22.5 a minute. Okay, so that's actually pretty nice. So, okay, if we can run these at full power, we should be able to produce the turbines at 100% efficiency fairly easily. Not actually going to ask it to make more of those just yet. What I can first of all do is get the motors that we've already made. Yeah, so now all it has to make is the turbines themselves. So we are working towards some very high efficiency production here. Well, there we go. And part of the reason for putting storage containers in between everything is it means that when we leave this planet, go back home and just leave it for a while, it will actually back up and produce full storage of all of the intermediate components as well. So we actually end up in a really good place as a result. Or at least that is the theory. Darn it. Start there. I'm just setting this up so that what we can do up here is use this other iron vein set to make more magnets. Because if we make the additional magnets, we should... we probably need even slightly more than that again. Okay. And we also seem to have the problem here that we are not actually piping out all of our plates still. Yeah. So we're going to need to do more of the vein utilization upgrades, I think, because that should mean and this is not a reliable enough overflow. I don't think. No, maybe it is actually. Maybe I should not have just done that. Oh well. Oh, this is now backing up again anyway. Fine, that's good. That's exactly what we wanted. Magnetic rings, gears. Iron plates is going to be the stuff we're missing, isn't it? Because it's always what we're missing. Okay. 5. So if these make us extra magnets, this should let us make the magnetic rings at 100% efficiency, or at least very close. At which point we should be able to make enough that we can run the motors at 100% and have the spares to then make turbines. And while we make stuff, let's make sure we also produce enough power, because we are adding quite a lot to this grid. And we really do want this planet to keep working when we're not here. And especially for once we start making titanium and then... Okay. It's still a really high load. Wow. Apparently we're using even more power than I thought we were. This is one of the things that can happen really easily in this game, is you're just minding your own business and suddenly you can't power things anymore. Yeah. See, we've got a consumption demand of almost 20 megawatt. We are at least making some progress here now. Something else I should probably set up while we're here is making silicon ingots and silicon crystals. Because we're definitely going to need those soon as well. Okay. That's going to start all of these to actually work. Definitely going to need to finish this conveyor belt. There we go. So that should hopefully be enough. Might not even be enough still. Although part of that is this is not getting enough iron again. So yeah, let's go with the previous plan. We will let's just use a really wonky sort of path there. Oh crap, I've accidentally taken out the that. There we go. Right, so that's at least running the first 4 of them now. We will have to see if it manages to run all 5. It's looking like probably not. It's only just managing to run that 4th one. I mean, we're still producing enough for the moment that we can make all of these motors, but are certainly going to have to look into that a little bit deeper and possibly make even more iron, because we're likely not producing magnets fast enough at the new site either. Yeah. Same problem here, or are we actually... Okay, for now we seem to be producing enough iron. And that this is staying full at all times, which is kind of what we want. See if it can actually support another one. So one of the interesting mechanics here is that, just in case you haven't come across it, is that the mining machines will actually output faster if you can get them to cover enough veins. It's like this one's outputting 231 a minute, which is pretty fast. These are taking 40 a minute. So yeah, it should be able to run 5 and a bit. Which might just be enough. What's this one? Yeah, so this is 198. 198. And no wonder this one was bad. This was only running at 165. We might also need faster conveyor belts. Need to go that way. Nope. And I'm going to need more conveyor belts again. I have never previously used a Mark II conveyor belt. In my other game, I actually went straight from 1 to 3. Okay, this is looking promising for producing the magnetic rings. Okay. Now let's work on producing crap. Let's not work on producing crap. That's a really bad idea. And start work on producing turbines. We should be able to now produce these at a significantly higher rate. What else do we need to be able to produce? Oh, yeah, we're going to need to make processors. It's another thing we can do while we're here. To make enough of these microcrystalline components, we can also batch produce processors up here. Okay, we're going to need to rearrange this slightly. But this is all stuff we can actually do, so... storage. Okay. That is a strong start. Right, microcrystalline components is a whole load of ingoty things. So, we want silicon and copper kind of near each other. There's not a lot of silicon there, really, is there? There's only 1.5 million on the planet. Well, it will do to start with, at least. This is working on the same sort of principle as the steel production at the other place. So we want to be producing twice as many copper ingots as silicon ingots, and then trying to feed all of it more or less simultaneously into the assemblers. Horrible feeling that's going to be too close. Or maybe not. Fine. In which case, perfect. Okay. That's at least one that's fully connected before we completely run out of sorters again. Extraneous conveyor. It would help if I was actually ready to pipe resources in there as well. This is making high purity silicon. This is making copper. And this is making microcrystalline component. And then we need to go pick up some more of those magnety ringy things. Amongst some other stuff while we're here. But there's a few things we need. Okay, so now we're back to the problem of we're actually producing things too fast. Which is quite a nice problem to have, really. You can see we're producing these a lot faster here than we are in the other planet, which is exactly what we want to be happening. You see, we can now just casually make a whole bunch of sorters. It's definitely not something we were doing before. I can't remember if you actually need the microcrystalline things for anything other than processors. That could be a very relevant question. But now, it's fine. So these produce at what rate? 22.5 a minute. I accidentally had exactly enough resources to make that. Yeah, that was unexpected. So I mean, we're probably going to be making circuits well enough at our original planet anyway. So, for now, we should be able to get away with really just focusing on the processors here. That's the hope, anyway. This is just like the sort of hyper-productive planet. Yeah, we'll refuel. Had a feeling that was the case. So, going home is going to be interesting, because we are very much out of graphite at this point. It turns out charging the mech takes a lot of power. Okay, we're going to need iron and gears to make the extra assemblers that we need. We do have... Oops. Where? No. Do what I want, not what I'm clicking. There we go. See, sometimes I feel this is as bad as trying to use the old 48K Spectrum, when you never quite remember which mode you're in. That's why we're not stockpiling any of these microcrystalline components, because there's no power to the sorter. That's better. Let's also just queue up this titanium smelting. Then when we get back, we can focus on doing some research for a while. And then we can then just come back here to sort out the titanium issue. Then we can also start thinking about making some hydrogen fuel rods, which is a very good source of mech fuel. Oh, what's we needed? Gears and iron. Iron is here. Gears are down here. I don't need 41. 5 will do. We can always come back and make more if we decide that it's still not enough. Oops. Keep deleting like things that I meant to keep. It would be a lot easier if I didn't keep placing all these extraneous conveyor belts. And we're about to get an energy warning. Oh, we've already got an energy warning, hiding behind construction mode. Also, might need to tell these what to make. Either I move or the drone moves. And we also need to actually extract the circuits. Yeah. Just checking it was actually circuits we wanted. Let's go try and make our way to these charging. Oh, actually, hang on. What am I doing? Oh, but we're not going to be able to build it, so... Oh! Come on. Get there. It actually does make a difference. So we're making all of the things. I'm now kind of curious what's not being made in sufficient quantities to stock all of these. Motors, by the looks of it. Thought we were supposed to be producing motors. So motors are 22.5 a minute. Okay. Surely this means we should be breaking even on motors. Oh, no, okay. So you actually need twice as many. Right. I mean, we're still producing them a whole lot faster than we are in the other place, because we're producing at about 2.5 assemblers worth, rather than maybe 1 assembler's worth. All of that. How about... what do we need to make these? Oh, yeah, a bunch of stuff we just don't have yet. Fine. Did we need processors for something? Not yet. Fine. So we can fly back, leave this place producing... anyone remember which planet we started on? Was it 2? No. 4. That one. Get a slingshot effect as we go past the sun. And then find out where we're about to land. No! Stop pulling me off course. Silly sun. Stop it. Well, and how am I not close enough that it's accelerating me towards the planet now? At least the gas giant. Oh, yes. No. Crap. How long ago did it last autosave? Too long ago. Have we got anything combustible at all? We actually do have some graphite. And at least try and use the graphite to slow down. Okay. We might... So what were we setting up here, do we think? Where are we going? It'll take us a long time to get there. It's so annoying when, like, the gravity of one of the planets pulls you just far enough off course. So, yeah, okay. I think probably... Yeah, let's reload this one. It's going to be faster, ultimately. I suspect. Oh, okay. It was just here. That's fine. And we can even make this go slightly faster this time by realising that I'm out of power. And dropping an extra charging tower there. Need to set these back up again. Okay. Okay. If you're flying, you are too far away for these to charge you. So, let's try this again. And this time we'll try not to miss the planet. None of this is going to be even remotely combustible. Oh, hang on. Have we got some fuel as well? I didn't see that before. I'm not going to fight against the solar braking so much this time. At least not until we have a much more powerful, longer-lasting fuel source for the mech. Come on. Don't miss the planet this time. part of the problem is that we're not travelling at fast enough speeds to avoid all of the extra gravity very well. There we go. Now then. We're going to want to store everything. That's literally the chest I've just put down. We're going to want to go and pick up all of the graphite. Start with. And why am I not surprised? The actual problem there was hydrogen. I forgot I've just emptied the inventory, which means of course we don't have any of the tier 3 sorters there. But we do at least have red science being produced again. And we have a lot of blue science stored up. Right. While we're researching, let's work out what I'm going to need to build some of this stuff. Yeah, okay, so we're actually going to need titanium processors. Going to need the particle things? Damn it. These. Which is going to need graphite. Graphene. I forgot how many, like, complex components you needed to actually set up logistics properly. Take those and a whole load of this. This planet's much less bubbly as well. I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing, but it is a lot less bubbly. Okay, that should be enough hydrogen to keep this all going for a while. Glass circuits, rings, iron. So one of the things I'm actually going to do just to speed things along is set up a second stack of red science, which we can then use I mean, we're going to want a whole load of matrix labs in the end anyway, so you can't really overproduce them. I think they end up stacking to like 10 or 12 units high or something like that, so it's, you know. There we go. That should be enough matrix labs. At least for a while. Okay, matrix labs only stack to 20. Not sure I necessarily needed to know that, but I guess it's good to know it. Fine, that's doing all right. Got a lot of matrix labs. So which things do I actually still want? Not many of them. Gonna need to leave space for the storage things as well. Why were you not telling us that any of the previous time when it's not even been researching because it ran out? And now it's actually doing something, you're finally complaining that it's too slow. Hydrogen, set filter graphite, dump all of this stuff. Right. And now at least it should be able to stop complaining at us about that. Kind of also want to start getting inventory capacity. You only need steel and circuits for that. We can do both of those fairly easily. Oops. There's no point researching that one just yet, because we can't do anything with it anyway. That almost started to stockpile in this one then. Well, actually, if we're also about to get vertical construction, I should go pick up some more matrix labs. Because we're going to be able to stack these an extra 2 levels, I think. What makes graphene? I think graphene is made in the chemical plant, I want to say. That's not how I'm going to find out. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I love the fact that graphene and carbon nanotubes are technically combustible and you can use them as fuel, but they are really bad at being fuel. See, we are never going to run out of blue science at this point. See, I'm still kind of impressed that we're not even managing to use the second one of those reliably. Which says a lot for being able to stockpile the science cubes. It's a really useful thing to... Yeah. So I was actually going to go grab some more hydrogen. We need more hydrogens. Said no Pokemon player ever. Okay. That should keep both of those going for at least a little while. It certainly seems to be running a lot faster now. No, that button. Wait, what? Yeah, so that's the one problem with how I set this up. It does kind of lend itself to breaking in that specific way. It is at the least a fixable problem. So, titanium, which we need to go back to the other planet to properly use. Graphene we can make here, because it's made in the chemical facility. We're going to need to make sulfuric acid. That's what we haven't done yet. How do we make sulfuric acid? Stone, water, refined fuel. This looks like a reasonable place. Yeah, because I meant to click there.
You have unlocked the vertical construction technology. When building facilities such as Matrix Lab, storage, and storage tank, you can try to build them vertically to make more efficiency use of space.
Make that more efficiency use. We're going to need to make more power because we're running out of power again. Oh, or alternatively, it's just because I took all the hydrogen. But we can kind of fix this now. At least a little bit. It's not actually what I meant to do. What are you even doing? There we go. Yeah, this is probably going to fix our power generation problem fairly quickly. As soon as it fills these up and works its way down the line, if it fills itself up and works its way down the line, there we go. So, now we can make titanium. Fortunately, we really need to be able to bring the titanium back here to make hydrogen fuel rods. At least in any remotely sensible sort of way. What did we need this sulfuric acid for? Anybody remember? Oh. Oh, it was to make the graphene in a bit. That's why we were making it. Preemptive acid. Make sulfuric acid. Can you make plastic yet? Apparently so. Also going to need to set up plastic production. Since, you know, we can. And not just because we can, it's something we are going to need quite a lot of later on. So this is where we're just going to get into giant conveyor belt territory. Because we're going to need to do this in order to actually set up, ultimately, the actual logistics system. But, you know, it is what it is.
Rare veins scatter around different planets. They will greatly improve production efficiency. So if you find them, collect them, and put them as a part of industrial production.
Okay. Why were you telling us this? I'm assuming we just researched something that makes that relevant in some way. And there is also that bonus oil seep here, so if we find out that the overspill refined oil isn't going to be enough to run these, we can at least make some bonus oil. And what it was for plastic, it was graphite and more fuel. Is there a bonus recipe? No. That's the only way. Though for now we are very full on fuel, so it's probably just as well that we start doing something with it. Do still have a spare storage tank. Perfect. So once the fuel makes it here, here we go. Oh, it hasn't connected up the water thing yet. This is. So now once the water gets here, the bubbly acid noises. Yeah, we are going to need to make more water, aren't we? This prepares us for the graphene, which we can actually now make. So graphene and plastic. And unfortunately we don't get fire ice, which is the really nice way to make graphene. Because that's just you stick a thing around an ice giant and go, please give me fire ice, which I turn into hydrogen and graphene automatically. It's just, sure. What? How is the acid not a liquid? How silly. Now, we are at least making the acid. Which sounds really quite euphemistic when I actually say it out loud. I just noticed that we seem to not have production again. So I'm going to assume that this is because of a lack of hydrogen. Okay, so on one side it's actually a complete lack of graphite. That way around. There we go. Rearrange everything and get some more research going. Yeah, okay, so we're looking at, we should be able to stack these up and get this research happening a bit sharpish. And this is the advantage of vertical building. Probably not going to make many of those with no items in inventory. That looks too high. Ah, it looks in the wrong place. I wish I'd stop managing to place things exactly where the wind turbines can't reach. Also learning that if you hold any movement key and then try and click, a lot of the time it fails to, or middle click to turn, it actually fails to adjust the camera, which is really bizarre. Where are you going? That's nowhere near where we are. Now we need to go pick up some steel. Where's steel produced? It's over this way somewhere, isn't it? Yep, yeah. Okay. There's graphene production. So I feel like we're probably going to need to at least come back and revisit some of these later to make sure we can produce things at least fairly efficiently. But for now it's probably enough to just get any production in storage so it's there when we start needing it. These both want to be making plastic. So yeah, we may well need to think about adding more fuel production at some point. As well, when it lets you start placing a conveyor belt and then says, oh no, that place I let you place it, you can't place there. Why did you let me in the first place then? Okay, fixing various power problems and also starting to deal with the hydrogen surplus again. Ooh, actually producing red science fast enough to stockpile it now. Is this the one that we needed? Yeah, so we're going to need to pick up some steel and some circuits just to have on us. This is also probably not a bad place to look at setting up some bonus oil production. As and when we appear to need it. Circuits, that's what we were looking for. I don't actually need that many circuits. Although I could go dump a few in the blue science production facilities. Not producing any blue science at the moment, relying on the fact that we've got a ridiculous amount stored. But all of these things running. They're still quite boring, they've only got 2 colours. And we also now really need to go get some more graphite, not graphene. Need to go and get more of the one we need. This one's doing alright. We are genuinely stockpiling red science. In part because we need so much less red than blue right now, but, you know. It's not them. So we need purple or yellow to do anything interesting with it. Do that. We can't do that. Can't do that. Oh yeah, so this is giving us the particle trap, which we will actually be able to make. So I'll probably just make those by hand to start with. Okay, so we are going to need to go and set up titanium production very soon. But once we do that, we can start fixing this mess. Oh, also I forgot to actually check, what do we need for the drone? That's another very important part. Okay, drones are easy-ish. What do you need for the thruster? Yeah, okay, drones are easy. Right, which way? Oh, okay, no. Let's land again. Make sure we're fully charged before we take off this time. Because I've just considered the fact that doing research in the mech takes a lot of energy. It's going to take a little while anyway for the logistics tech to research, so we might actually have enough in storage to do it fairly fast, which would be good. Oh yeah, but that's going to need that one anyway, so we definitely need structure matrix, which is going to need us to work through a bunch of stuff here. Yeah, this is a whole new tier of things we're going to need to make. In fact, deuterium fractionation is a thing we can already start working on. Okay. Have power. We have... Is this draining so much power so quickly? Presumably because we were still in the atmosphere. Course adjust. Okay. So we should have everything we need on this planet already to build all the things, set up full titanium ingot production, and then just bring a whole bunch of ingots back. So what do we actually need? 40 ingots and 40 titanium and 40 processors per tower, and 2 processors and 2 thrusters. Okay, so just 2 processors per drone. That should be fairly easy to do. So we're going to want 6-ish logistics towers. And maybe 30 drones. So Yeah, a few stacks of titanium, a few stacks of processors. Should be plenty. Let's try and stop gravity having too much of an impact on us. And go to the charge point. Okay, we have not backed up on a lot of things there yet. That's fine, because we can just steal the ingots out of here. Then we are also going to need some gears. I'm definitely backed up on gears. We are very backed up on these things. Get a bunch of motors. Oops, did not want to copy that. So, circuits. One of these. Stone. That's the thing that I should have actually brought. But this is fine. Okay, that's probably the closest to titanium. And yeah, this is essentially why we did this whole setup to produce the same resources here. It just means we can turn up, pick up whatever stuff we actually need, and we're done. Would like to do though is try and bring the titanium back so it's at least nearish everything else, and then we don't have to keep coming out all of this way to pick it up. And we actually end up with plenty of graphite left to fuel us for the journey home again. Which, you know, does put us in a much better place than we were in last time when I just did something stupid. Specifically, just not bringing enough fuel. It's not so bad when you are in the range of, like, a couple of... so processors, titanium, steel, and those things that we might not be able to make on this planet. Hopefully this will be enough processors. Apparently we are not making enough microcrystalline components. But we can take a note of that and we can come back and fix it later. And the reason it's failing is because one of the towers didn't reach. We are definitely going to want a lot of titanium, so especially if we're going to end up relying on interstellar logistics to bring it back, it's worth trying to get big shipments that you can do all in one go. To which end, let's double it up. And we now have deuterium fractionation, which means we can start making, albeit inefficiently, deuterium as a fuel source. So actually, on its own, it's exactly as effective as hydrogen as a fuel. So you really do need to be able to turn it into something a bit more useful. Look at all this titanium we're now getting, which should keep us going for a decent while. Oh yeah, it's those that we now can't make. I should be able to pick up some copper ingots here, though. And then we can make a whole bunch of drones, so we are ready to fill up some logistics stations. See, this is going to completely change our main place. Okay, so what have we got? 500? 500 is enough for... 12? That seems like it's enough. At least for now. Oh crap, I've just realised crafting is probably a bad idea. Okay, lock cursor and angle. Then just keep an eye on it and try and hope that the actually just hope that the sun doesn't pull us massively off course. It already did. Okay. We have broken free of the sun. Stop drifting. This is how you miss the planet. Ah, no. There. Less than 10,000 meters. We'll return to land when I work out where we actually are. What else do I need? Okay, so I can make 10 of those so far, and I need 20. What am I actually missing? Oh, copper. Fine. We have copper. That's not a problem. I do look forward to actually getting this logistic stuff set up at last. It's such a colossal pain the way we have been running things so far. I'm glad I remembered that water that I picked up like 2 hours ago. So one of the interesting things about these logistics stations is they act as colossal storage units as well. So they store like 5,000, which is about the same as a Storage Mark 1, except a Storage Mark 1 can't also transport it. Well, we can probably save some time here by actually just picking up some more of these. But yeah, nothing over here is doing anything at the moment, for entirely predictable reasons. Yeah, it's going to take a while, isn't it? Let's make them all independently. Which is kind of a fiddly way of doing it, but yeah. That's the official response to that, by the way. So we'll pull down that one. That's got almost nothing in it, so we'll pull down that one. So this wants circuits and mag coils. Because now, what we can actually do is this.
Logistics Station. You have taken the first step to establish the intraplanetary logistics transportation network. Provided the place of logistics station of the raw material is set to supply, the logistic drones will transport cargo to elsewhere with a demand on the planet automatically. Never forget to put the logistic drones in the logistics station, either the supply or the demand side. The logistic drones will only work for the transportation station they're belonging to.
What? Logistics station. You have taken the first step to establish the intraplanetary logistics transportation network. Fine. That bit made sense. The rest of whatever that was... Oh. So, I don't actually want to put that many in right now. Let's start with just 10. No, F was the button I pressed. I actually didn't mean to press that at all, I don't think. I'm not entirely sure what's going on or what I'm doing. Pull that one down. We'll come back here later when we need to and actually, like, foundation this area, get rid of the water, all that sort of stuff. The idea now is that we can start doing things... Oh, yeah, I should have set that up as well, and I forgot. Whoops. So here we want hydrogen and we want energetic graphite. Wrong way. So once you've connected these, what you then need to make sure you do is you set the automatic filters on the outputs. And I should have the same here. Then you go set up another logistics station to supply. Say over here somewhere. And then you remember that you need to actually go and pick up all of the things like conveyor belts. And possibly those things. Maybe these things, just in case. So, the aim here is this is going to end up fixing all of our supply type issues for us. So, what we want to do is work out how high this needs to be. One higher than this. When I said higher, apparently what I meant was lower, because that's the button I pressed. This now supplies hydrogen, and it's also going to supply energetic graphite. And then we can set up the fourth logistics station over there somewhere. And what that will then do, ultimately, is set up the blue science labs. And once we have all of those set up, we realise that we also need to produce a lot more graphite. Apparently we also need to produce a lot more fuel. But these are all, you know, problems we can solve. We like problems we can actually solve. This intermediate thing is, oops, a lot more full of stuff than I thought it was. Look at all the drones that should have little hydrogen symbols on. So one of the key drawbacks here is you can't you can't actually directly interact with the storage. For the transport system. Which is a little bit of a pain. Wait, how is this saying it was out of fuel, but also we're still overflowing fuel? I do not understand. Okay. Look at all this stuff we're sending to research. We might need to reroute some of those belts later, but again, these are solvable problems. Can we also upgrade logistic? Oh no, okay. Oh, carrier capacity still needs yellow. It all needs yellow. All the stuff worth doing. Get more vertical construction. We don't really need yet. And there we go, look, you see? It's actually managing to do useful stuff and operate all the matrix labs. Is exactly what we wanted to happen. Because I put all the titanium away and haven't picked it up again yet. So I am dumb. I'm also going to make us some hydrogen fuel rods. Because that's going to be a lot better for mecha fuel than anything else, really. See how well it's operating? It's all automatic now. We don't have to worry about it. Okay. So plus 60, 6.3 megajoules, or plus 200, 40 megajoules. This is going to make planetary travel a lot easier. Okay, and so for this one we want circuits and these things. Circuits and magnetic coils. Let's cancel those, we can put those back in. But now we've also made the splitter that we needed, which it's not going to let me place there, obviously. And here you go. All of our science is now going to be done completely by carrier drone. Then as we get the other 3 or 4 types of science, we just build matrix lab towers around with logistic stations that target that specific thing. And now we don't have to worry anymore about connecting everything up to this section. We just, yeah. And you can see these are going to fill up to the maximum 5,000 storage, and once they're full up, everything will stop just the way it would normally. Apparently, I still have a whole load of hydrogen here. I'm just going to turn all of the hydrogen into hydrogen fuel cells. And if we, yeah, so we definitely need to be producing more graphite by the looks of it. I don't think we're actually stockpiling. Oh no, okay, we are slowly stockpiling by the looks of it. But very slowly. And in the interim we can fill it in by just making it from coal again. But then what we will actually end up doing is expanding this whole area. What do I need to make deuterium fuel rods? Where are deuterium fuel rods? I mean, that allows you to make deuterium better. We're also going to want this fairly soon, because that will allow us to extend our logistics system and actually automatically ship things from the other planet, which is useful. I cannot remember where the deuterium fuel rods are. It's not on either of the matrices. Field generator? No. That will become very useful later, but not for right now. Okay, we could get the reinforced thruster already. That's not that. That. High strength material? No, no. Oh, there we go. Fusion power generation. I mean, that needs other resources that we don't currently have the ability to make, so it needs the supermagnetic collider thing and titanium bars. So we need this tech and also this tech. So it needs a lot of yellow. But now we've got everything nicely automated. Let's queue up all the techs that we can get. So we can't actually get that one. Or that one. And get this one. And this one. This one. There we go. That will do for now. And look at all the drones flying around. Also, upgrade the sorter bits here. So we have enough sorters to make them all Mark III. Everything just stockpiling. We will make all of the research forever and ever and ever. Yeah, it's you haven't actually missed too much of it, really, Lottie. It's only fairly like the last couple of minutes, really, that we've actually had it. But yeah, that's just going to be the research area, and that's it. And it seems to be working fairly well for the moment, although we're not actually producing enough graphite, which means I'm going to have to do something horrible and actually make graphite from coal, like some kind of pleb. I mean, we are slowly stockpiling, but the top container is the one that is being pulled from for research. So we do need to do something about that. Thankfully, we can very easily do something about that. So, you know. I should also probably do something about that, because that nonsense shouldn't be there anymore. Ooh, what's going on there? Too close. Yeah, I kind of hate doing that. Which is why my off-stream one is such a colossal garbage fire. I don't think that actually helps as it is there. So The age-old question, how do I make this connect the way I want it to? That'll do. It's all about just trying to support stockpiling for right now anyway. Yeah, well, we're going to have to fly back to the other planet shortly, so you can see the kind of mess we've made there. But yeah, for now it's just been a case of we've finally got logistics set up, so research all of the tech. And then at the very end we'll queue up this one. We are at some point going to need to actually deal with making organic crystals. Hate having to make organic crystals. And we do at least have sort of minimal plastic production, graphene production. We're actually doing pretty well now. Like, things are fairly solidly set up. We have a spare logistics station. So when we get to the yellow science cubes, we can do something with that. Definitely need to start thinking about foundations. That's the thing. They're a good place here to try and automated make foundations. No, I thought that was a good one, but not really. All the planets suck. So this one has lots of stone and not much iron, which is also suck. Oh yeah, that was the planet we were going to make the titanium glass. Dun dun dun. Apparently we're now not producing enough hydrogen. Alternatively, the problem is actually that I'd never got around to upgrading these sorters. Yes, you can. So my single player one, I had the ability to do that, but then I just got bored with the planet I was on and went somewhere else. And I also fixed that this morning. So I haven't made up for all of the research that I lost yet, but yeah, I've at least got all of the stuff being built. I regained the ability to go to the new planet that I went to in the new system and stuff like that, so... how do you make those again? Okay, so those we're going to have to make here. Those we can actually make automatically now, so we should probably do that. Might actually still want 2 sorters on the way in here. That is now entirely irrelevant. Okay, stockpiling is working again. You probably do need to place more of these now we're actually properly supplying this line. And, you know, we also need the power, so... Damn it, not quite far enough. There we go. I don't know what the Twitch mobile client actually tries to do half the time. It just never seems to quite work. It's like, I often try and have it open here for like keeping an eye on chat more easily, but I stopped doing it because if you press on the notification that says, hey, go to your dashboard now, it fails to connect to chat. So, you know. Yeah, it's all completely broken, so just use the desktop one, is my approach. Yeah, it's really not great. What I need to do is work out how to set up an IRC bridge for it. I know it's possible, I just haven't done it yet. So I've got the Streamlabs chatbot, because I used to at least stream from the Streamlabs OBS, but I stopped because it won't do closed captions. I don't know how well the captions that I have work, because nobody's ever needed them, but theoretically they are there. Have I still got steel? Yes, I've still got steel. Yeah, it sounded like an IRC kind of thing. Also, thank you. Unfortunately, I don't have enough screens to actually watch all of the windows I want to watch at once. Oh, we've still got random stone ore? How are we? Oh, yeah, because it's already taken there. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, so I know the Streamlabs OBS will let you do the open captions that are always on all the time for everyone. But I figured that's probably not the best option. So I took a cue from I can't remember his last name now. Andy something, the one who goes by Half Coordinated. Yeah, makes sense. I can't remember how I came across them originally. I think just the weird combination of like tech spheres I exist in online. Make a huge area. I mean, it's easily done. Twitter's a really noisy place. I have to admit, I'm not actually on Mastodon yet, and I often feel like I probably should be. It's just going to be a pain to try and set that up through here. Honestly, might be easier to just try and do this. Oh, that's really cool. You want to make that. You want to make that. I need one of you. So yeah, is that something you still work on, or? Yeah, it always does kind of suck when that sort of thing happens. So we had a similar thing at work fairly recently, actually, where we'd got shoved onto working on the same project but in a new direction a couple of years ago. And then, like, 18 months into it, it's like, oh yeah, we're not doing that project anymore. It's like, so what are we supposed to do? Just drop the whole thing on the floor, or what? And that's fair. You got to do what you want, well, what you enjoy, and what's the thing? Ikigai, isn't it? The what there's a need for, what you enjoy, what makes you money, and I'm sure there was a fourth one. Maybe it was only 3. So, I've actually come across it from multiple directions. Because there's one person who has occasionally joined the writing group I'm a part of, who brought it up. But I also came across it watching a TV show called Mr. Iglesias, written by comedian Gabriel Iglesias. Yeah, I actually really like Fluffy. There's some of the stuff he does I'm not 100% on, but cool. I mean, I feel like you're not missing much unless you're doing any of like the paid shows or anything, because all the stuff he uploads to YouTube is just like re-uploads of the same video. So but no, Mr. Iglesias, the Netflix special, I really do like. Oh, I already had the 100. I don't think I've ever seen Patriot Act. Oh wow, okay. That seems serious. Why are we not making enough graphite still? Is there a problem with these smelters? Right. Yeah, there's always a risk of that. I thought I had more smelters. I leave them in the other storages. This is one of the things that I always get into trouble with in this game, is I just end up with an inventory full of stuff. And, yeah, it's... I don't know, it's difficult sometimes to work out, like, where the line is, I guess. And yeah, I do the same in Satisfactory as well. It's the curse of not really being sufficiently organised to play these kinds of games. Yeah, okay. I can definitely get behind that sort of thing. I mean, I might, if I was the cynical type of person, suspect that the same kind of thing actually happened to one of John Oliver's shows. Because you don't seem to be able to find very much of the decline of the American Empire anymore. Oh, absolutely, yeah. $131 a minute, 30, 60. Except this is 2 to 1. 600, it's actually 240, so this one's never going to get used. Getting to the point where it's just like ratioing everything out. Okay. I might have to have a look. Okay, good. All of the red is being made again. That was a problem for a moment. Do definitely need to make more graphite, though. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I know. It's one of the things that I'm glad I fixed my offline or my off-stream game as well, because now I'm back to having my nice 3 rings of Dyson swarm. What was I in the middle of doing? Yeah, making some of these. Yeah, it's just too pretty not to, even if it's essentially useless. Yeah, I need to actually get back onto my Animal Crossing again. The last couple of weeks have kind of been a washout for me. It's not really until yesterday that I was sort of properly in a place to do much. It's like Burnout, but marginally less bad. So this wants to be graphite. And when we can, this wants to be fuel in. And then we want to have a hydrogen in, which means this wants to be hydrogen out. And now I'm confused which level I'm looking at. Hydrogen out, hydrogen in, graphite out, fuel in. Sometimes I just need to talk to myself to make sure I know what I'm doing on any level at all. Okay, we can definitely fit more refineries to produce oil in here, though. Yeah, like, I love the fact that you can do that with other belts, but yeah, you really do need to be able to do it with buildings as well. Yes, especially when I realised that on the large storage, the black section is the output, and on the small storage, the white section is the output. It's like, why? Why is it not the same? I might have actually put that too far that way. Output fuel, output hydrogen, I think. Let's try that again, but the right way round. Output hydrogen, output fuel. Fuel, output hydrogen. Probably need to input something as well. Oh, we can upgrade to Mark III conveyor belts as well. Ha 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 ha. Oh, we're going to make the hydrogen collider belt. I can't remember what Mark II are. No, okay, yeah, sorry, I thought Mark III was 60 for some reason. So it's about 2.5 times. They are expensive, but can also be really worth it. I feel like there must be some kind of bad networking joke in that somewhere. Something latency versus throughput. I did specify bad networking joke. You know, as opposed to those good networking jokes. Yeah. I can entirely believe it. You know, you need to sort these things out. It's highly important. Ah. Why? There we go. Yeah, trying to like build on the curves around where the grid changes is awkward. Yeah, completely forgot to put the filter on that one. I think that's fair. I actually connected that side already. I thought I still had to do that bit. Let's see what this does to the total fuel throughput. I wondered why I wasn't landing then, and then realised I was actually deliberately flying. Oh yeah, you need to make super mag rings. Which needs more graphite, because... Of course it does. Given enough time, this should basically fix itself because it is generating enough. It's just going to take a while. What's your problem? Your problem is that you cannot adequately dispense all of that stuff. So I mean, the only thing we're actually missing for this is the super mag rings. Although, I was saying it actually earlier in the stream, Lottie, I was looking through the notes for the update they're planning for this, They are planning to allow you to just do in-place upgrades, which would be amazing. Yeah, it was after you mentioned it to me yesterday. I went and actually had a look at the notes. It was like, all of this seems amazing. Can I just please have it now? That bit is concerning, but to a certain extent for me, having spent as long as I did recently in Satisfactory, where combat is already a thing, I'm less worried. Have they announced many details actually yet about what the combat's going to be like? Yeah, the combat in Satisfactory is really awkward in a number of ways. But once you kind of get used to it, it's just a thing and you deal with it. At least that's what I found. So, yeah, I guess I'm not happy about it, but that's annoying. Because I'd be really curious to see if they actually have any statements to that effect. It's like, oh yeah, so we saw all of these people kind of do it a bit bad. Okay, so that's the magnets line. What else do we need? Oh, yeah. Now I remember why I didn't remember that. Okay, so that's going to bring magnets in. We're going to need to bring in graphite. Yeah, that's just dumb. I don't know why it would do that. Okay, so that's going to make super mag rings. We're already making graphene. So that should give us everything we need, I think. I've already forgotten what it was we were looking to make. It wasn't those, but those we should also be making. What was I trying to make? I've completely blanked. I mean, that's the general plan, sure. It's just like, but what was I doing now? I need... Oh, that's it. The super mag rings are for this. See, even with logistics, I've fallen back on just make really long conveyor belts. I'm also greatly appreciating how good these hydrogen fuel rods are at powering the mech. Once we get interstellar transport and I can actually just ship titanium here, we will be making hydrogen fuel rods. Yeah, I was trying to work it out earlier, and we need to get this and switch to deuterium fuel rods. And then I will be very happy. Okay. I'm going to rearrange this because we really do need to get more graphite to the research station than we are currently getting. Okay. It's also going to help if I actually extract it from this storage. Cool. So that fixes that problem, kind of. It at least relocates the problem to somewhere I don't care about right now. It depends what the problem is. Sometimes that'll fix it. Yeah, if you want to see the speed difference between 1 and 3... Yeah, I mostly use the Mark III when I'm merging some really high throughput belts, because otherwise you find one side starts to just back up and it all gets horrible. And sometimes you find you just need to make ridiculous power grids because you've got to use up hydrogen somehow. Also should probably start prioritising the make these sorters work faster tech. Okay. Now it looks like research is actually working properly again. So much more of a pain than it really should be. I was thinking the same, but... Oh. I cancelled all of that before checking that we could actually research that tech. Because I am dumb. That needs yellow, that needs yellow. That... But yeah, I will probably stop the stream at some point soon, but I've been going for a while, so... I mean, fair, if you go to sleep at, like, almost 9 AM, you're gonna sleep a large part of the day. We get all these questions about how quickly can we unload hydrogen from this belt. And is it fast enough? Getting there. We are very slowly stockpiling the refined fuel as well. Yep, well, go enjoy your food. Yeah, so the problem there is we're now not generating enough crude oil. But we are still backing up over here. So, time for sneaky tricks. In fact, sneaky tricks are the best kind of tricks. Sneaky, sneaky. Part of the problem with this is it always reminds me of an old BOFH where they were trying to convince the boss to use the network as a storage medium. Like, we'll just keep sending the data around and store it on the wire. Which is essentially what we're doing here, just storing all of the excess crude oil on the conveyor belt until one of the refineries can take it. Yeah, but I realised that these ones weren't getting anything, and this belt was overloaded, so it's like, fine, we'll just loop the belt around and deal with it. If we had all the upgrade stuff already, then I would just upgrade this circuit to a Mark III as well. Need to build a fractionator setup at some point. What are you complaining about? You're complaining because somehow you haven't been able to unload hydrogen. Fine. We'll upgrade more of this to a tier 3. Is that going to be enough? Almost. I don't know, it looks alright. Maybe we should speed up this bit as well. Okay, that should fix all the problems. Wow. It's the rave! Guess we have more hydrogen to use. We are in serious danger of actually still flooding on hydrogen. Yeah, to be fair, I play most of it with Mark 1. There's only a few places I don't. So, like, this, because otherwise the hydrogen and the fuel tend to back up really, really badly, which blocks all production. And also a hydrogen fractionating setup. You just build, like, 15 or so fractionators and put a Mark III belt loop that just runs through them all. Because the way it works, every time a hydrogen unit goes through a fractionator, it's got like the 0.05% chance or whatever it is of becoming deuterium. So if you just speed it through as many fractionators as you can, as fast as you can, you really maximise deuterium output without using a particle collider. But also, that's where I had like 15 or something storage containers for hydrogen. It was like, I need to get rid of the hydrogen. How do I get rid of hydrogen? I can't remember if we got more vertical construction yet. No. Okay. So do I. I have deleted some of it already on this stream because it just got to that point. But yeah, overall I'm the same. It's like, I'd rather find a use for it. And this is how I end up with so many fuel things. It's just like, okay, guess I'm building more power plants? So what do we need to make? We're definitely going to need to make some of these. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Wait, the fuel has backed up? I read that as crystal something. It's like, well, you don't even know what it is? These. I mean, that sounds like good food. Yeah, tasty is good. Okay. I think all of these plants might suddenly get enough refined oil. Something gives me that impression. Yeah, thank you. I actually need to, next time I get some time off work, dye it again. It used to be like pink down on the end still for ages after I last dyed it, but it's finally all, through a combination of growing and fading, disappeared. I just need to work up the courage to actually dye it the way I want to. Just when the tips are still growing out, you can actually get some really nice effects that way. At least I think you can. I'm also assuming when you say by accident you mean the blonde part was the accident rather than the afro part. Because if not, I'm impressed that you managed to get... Yeah, I found the same with blue, honestly. The blue just does not seem to work very well. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I was going to be very impressed if you managed to do that by accident, though, just from, like, perfectly straight hair. I feel like you'd kind of need actual effort. Am I missing? Okay, more of those. It really does. Maybe that's just a thing, like the same way all Magic cards are metal band names, all hairstyles are actually indie bands. The problem is now all I can actually think about is an old Bill Bailey bit with the hello, we're from Shepton Mallet and we are ripped apart by badgers. It's like, what happens if the West Country tries to do metal? I might need to watch that again later. think that's one of my favourite Bill Bailey bits, is the which accents don't work for metal. This wants to output. This wants to input. Did I filter that? Yes, good. And this wants to output, and this wants to input. And we need to power the sorters. So we might still be producing too much refined fuel, refined oil, whatever. That's stuff. Oh, okay. Apparently we have too much graphene. We can fix that problem. I'm sure I used to know an Irish metal band, and now I can't think who it was. I've got at least one person from work I can ask, because if anybody knows, she will. I mean, that's definitely true, because we're not currently using any of it. Oops. Oh, okay. Let's reload. Let's also just get rid of that, because why not? Let's put all the extra foundations away, resort everything. Yeah, it's not great that we still aren't producing enough graphene. Mind you, we are stockpiling a ridiculous amount for research, so possibly to be expected. I'm curious how much is actually in the logistics station over here. Oh, okay, the logistics station's actually full of graphene. I should probably just turn down how much is allowed to sit in this one. Ooh, max of about 1,000 seems good. And that might mean that we don't... Oh, sorry, yes, graphite is what I meant. I keep saying graphene and graphite the wrong way round, and every time I stop and think about it, I'll be okay. And if I just blunder through a sentence, I get it completely wrong. It also doesn't help that this is our graphite storage and this is our graphene storage. Ooh, plus 50% replicator speed. And now researching more stuff. Except T is the button that opens this. In queue, in queue. In queue. Can't do it, can't do it. Can't do it, can't do it. So I think I think we are just about at the point where we actually need to look at making a structure matrix. And that is going to involve starting production of these, which is a pain in the backside. Oh, absolutely. They're not so bad to make once you get the interstellar logistics system. Also, really want to get up to this, because our gas giant gives us hydrogen and, more importantly, deuterium, just for free. It's like, okay, it's 0.03 a second, but that's more than zero. Yes. It's like, okay, I'm going to end up wanting to make like 10 or 15 gas giant extractors at least. But if I do that, then I don't need to ever make deuterium on the planet. I'll just ship it in from the gas giant. Okay, now we are slowly starting to stockpile graphite again, which means that the graphene plants can keep working, which is good. And we're probably completely backed up on acid. Yep. That! Oh, so to a certain extent I prefer ice giants. So ice giants mean that you don't need to do any of this to get graphene. But yeah, the free deuterium is something I've not had before, which does seem really nice. I mean, the next question is, are we going to have anything close where we might get... That looks hot. Well, we might get an ice giant. Because if we can find an ice giant somewhere as well, then fine. We scrap this entire thing. And we just ship in fire ice. And then... So what else do you actually use the sulfuric acid for? I can't remember. We don't know yet. We should definitely start making these, though. Let's do something about that. So this needs turbines, copper ingots, graphene. Yeah. I mean, I've got a bunch of them here. There's a much better production on one of the other planets, so if we ever do get short on them, I can just pop over there and sort it out. Why I had to say it like that, I have no idea. I feel like it was trying to be vaguely Essex for some reason. Or at least that sort of stereotype of Essex. We want to make these. Got that, so we need the copper. Oh, fair enough. I work with a whole load of Essex people, so I was just trying to do an impression of them doing an impression of it. which is a very meta level of impression, which means it's also likely completely wrong. What was I just doing that for? That was not useful. For some reason, I thought those smelters were storage containers. I mean, it's almost like you have a type for the sort of games you enjoy watching or something, Seth. Also, how's Anodyne coming? You still on track to finish that last NPC encounter before the end of the weekend? More importantly, have you managed to make any more NPCs phase through a wall? Cool. It sounds like you should be pretty much there then. What are you complaining about? Oh, that is a raised one. Can I sneak? Is the next question. Yeah. No. Maybe if I start one back. Aha! Yeah, static singletons can be annoying. And they can be useful sometimes, but still annoying. That's not the assembler. That's the assembler. And that name in itself just sets itself up for another programming joke. Yeah, okay. So what you're saying is, if you weren't just trying to make it better, you could be done by now. Probably should not have just taken that from the bottom, but you know. Hopefully we can fill it just about as fast as we take it out. Oh yeah, it would help if I actually connected that one up as well, really, wouldn't it? There we go. So this does not get produced fast, but I'm actually making those automatically, which is more than I do on my other save. These things I could make, but honestly I don't care right now. These things probably should make. Smelter. High strength crystals. So we're definitely going to need to make some of those. Okay. Right. At least we know we have plenty of spare fuel. And we are actually even stockpiling more fuel. So what is it? Fuel, plastic, water. We can do that. We need more glass. Anyone remember where we make glass? Ah, there. See, this is the one thing that Satisfactory had, although I never used, that it would be really good right now, is beacons. Oh, good. Yeah. Just like the ability to say, hey, this is where you're making this thing. So we want to make organic crystals. And we need, what is it, plastic and... oh no. Yeah, fuel, plastic, water. Plastic we can get fairly easily. It's here. Water extractor, and then we should even a pump. What kind of word is pump? Hooray, we're actually starting to move. Okay, we're making organic crystals. Crappy organic crystals. Yeah, all of this I think is now already queued. That we can't do. That we can't do. Oh, that we could do. That we could do. So, we have made a lot of tech progress now. Especially since we've managed to automate our science. And we're loosely, very slowly stockpiling graphite. Also good. Making diamonds, graphene, plastic, these pink things, organic crystals, particle containers? Yeah, particle containers. Even making foundations so that we can actually try and do something useful with those. Okay, we are definitely going to want to get some more of these. I did not mean to control click that, I meant to shift click that. Okay, blue science we're happy with. Let's actually store some more of it because we can. So you store what? 6,000 per storage. So yeah, we've got a lot of blue science just stored up. Ah, and we can carry more. Yeah, no, I thought that was this one, not the inventory size one. Whoops. We can queue up another thing, though. This one. No, that's already queued. This one. Yeah, the general plan is we'll do all of the other things we can and then structure matrix. And that way we know we've got as far as we can possibly get without yellow science. Yellow science sounds kind of disgusting. Not gonna lie. The one organic crystal is enough to make one of those things. We can't do this automated at the moment because... Okay, I mean, I guess we could manually fly the titanium back. That is a thing we can do. So you want to make these, but I don't care if you want to or not, you're going to. And you need power. And we need to check and make sure we're not about to overload the power grid again. Yep, would also help if I actually connected those to inputs. A. So, I think then the next step probably is to just go and fly back a bunch of titanium. Are we out of hydrogen fuel rods? Still have a few left. But I think it's one we're looking for, isn't it? Don't look directly at the sun, kids. Okay, we kind of want to fly directly at the sun. And really trust in hydrogen fuel cells to regenerate our energy for us. See, I really like the touch where they've got all the orbits and things moving around sensibly, or at least sensibly-ish, and all this sort of stuff. But when you end up on exactly the wrong side of the system to fly to another planet, it does get a bit annoying. Especially when the sun gets in the way and throws your trajectory off. Smack. It looks like everything's completely backed up. Let's just bring 1 or 2 pieces of titanium home with us. Visit the charging station. And now try and find our way home again. Yeah, we got plenty of fuel left, it's fine. See, this is the other thing I miss in my other game, is being able to easily hit 2,000 meters a second. Yeah, I've always been a bit... I say always, for like the week I've been playing this, I've been really confused as to why that's just not a thing. Like, you'd think it exists. It has a control system you've built into the game. Maximum velocity. Headbutt a planet! Sploosh. And there we go. You can, but you kind of have to get the angle exactly right to do that. So the very first time I tried to fly to another planet, I missed it by just enough to actually get a slingshot effect, shoot around the planet, and go from like 200 to 800 meters a second with no fuel. And just watch as everything disappears away from me. Is this core energy again? Oh no, it's energy circuit. It's that one. I'm actually just going to snaffle a bit of this titanium. Snaffle, snaffle it goes. Does that work? Yeah. Huh. Didn't even think to try that. Yeah, I can believe it. Yeah, that was a brief visit to the secondary planet that we have set up here now. So that planet is currently responsible for making processors. It's got a better production for EM turbines. It makes all our basic titanium stuff. It's also got a ridiculous level of steel production. Still stockpiling the blue science. We're doing research fast enough, I think. No, we could be doing it faster. Let's speed up our red science. It would help if I actually set this up remotely sensibly, really, wouldn't it? So the thing is, now it's all automated and we've got the supplies, should be a lot easier to find the buttons. There they are. There we go, that actually loads it faster somehow. Anyway. Should help doing all the researches. And indeed, it is now actually using all of the research stack. We'll know it's good if we actually start queuing up red science here as well. Might prepare some more area because we're going to need it soon, I think. Okay. We're starting to get an actual, like, proper area here to build on. and we can work out what we're going to need to bring in here. It's going to be, yeah, diamonds and titanium diamonds. Demand! Demand everything! You are going to need more drones for this one as well. Which is going to require more steel. Yeah, I kind of forgot I was going to need the titanium for the station. Probably actually makes more sense to make 3. So we can set up one here. That's going to actually completely handle the yellow for us. Yeah, we're also going to need to restockpile our graphite again. All of the extra research is wiping us out a little bit. Out of hydrogen? Really? Wow. I guess our power draw is now actually high enough. And okay, we're just stockpiling really slowly. And we're not producing enough crude oil. So, we're going to need to get some more oil. Okay, probably this one is the next one. And we need stone. Still can't believe we've managed to overconsume hydrogen. honestly kind of impressive. Yeah, there's a lot of really nice features in this game, to be fair. I will probably do the same thing today I did yesterday, except now I've fixed my other save. Yeah. I can load up my personal one and show off the Dyson swarms that I'm building there. Because, you know, who doesn't love a good Dyson swarm? It's very sparkly. Oh, because it's still missing that power thing. Do 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 do. Ah, bonus oil. Is it going to be enough bonus oil? Okay, good. We are finally getting more hydrogen again. Oh, I've also just realised that the closer one was here. Whoops. Doubt I'm going to be able to actually fit it there. I could probably reroute that hydrogen belt. We'll see. It might actually just be the hydrogen belt that needs adjusting. Oh no, at least one of those power plants. At least if I do it that way around. So awkward. Should find whoever built this beltway and teach them some kind of lesson. Possibly about organisation. Oh yeah, that's that leftover conveyor belt. Wondering what that one was doing. Okay. That clears some more space. Let's see, if I just get rid of this... Oh, it actually fits now. Genuinely a little bit surprised that I managed to make that work. And now we're generating even more excess hydrogen again, because all of the refineries are working again. But that's fine, because it's just going to go into making science. And we all love making science happen. We actually do also appear to be stockpiling more graphite again. Despite the fact that we're trying to run 2 sets of science stations. Not entirely successfully, but that's largely because of hydrogen. Oh, bring more hydrogen. Bring more hydrogen. Also, additional science. On. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Infinite science. Speed, drones, energy storage, solar sails. I think the only tech we've got left is the structure matrix. So I think what I will probably end up trying to do is see if we can get to at least research the structure matrix today. And then tomorrow we will start doing the more interesting parts. Can we actually make... Okay, so yeah, we can't make things like the solar sails yet. Although we have everything we need to make them. Should probably think about setting up some sort of thing to make photon combiners. So yeah, at this point I might not make it quite as far as the structure matrix tonight, because this has been a long one and I am really starting to get tired and also need to go and get food. But, you know, we have done pretty well today for making progress. So the only thing we might want to do is see if we can further increase hydrogen. But at the very least we will be able to do that once we get the gas giant exploitation. I don't remember what that needs. Yeah, so that only needs yellow. So we could get that fairly soon. We can get that quite easily, and that will help us a lot. Yeah, and also this stream's been going for like 7.5 hours, so it's been a fairly long one. So yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call that one there, and just briefly before we go, we can go and have a look at a Dyson swarm instead, because pretty sparkly's in the sky. Oh yeah, I'm going to have to fly back to it. First of all, I need to actually work out where it is. It's over there. Warping is a lot faster. Although I don't quite have enough energy, so it usually takes 2 warps in total to get there. Oh, I might have started it early enough this time. Warp engine shuts. That's it, it's shut. Yeah, I've got a bunch of just random stuff in my inventory. But we'll just wait to get a little bit more energy. This is the problem with something that's like 10 light years away. You really do need a little bit more tech to get there. You'd actually probably get that one. Definitely get this one. And also this one. But that takes a lot of green science. Do you reckon that's enough energy to get there? probably. Yeah, you kind of do need something to just to help with the real distance travel. I mean, it's like Surma is somewhere 1 billion miles away. It's quite a distant star, as it turned out. I just thought it was a lot closer than it actually is. Oh, hang on. Yeah, Surma, here you go. So it's 8 light years. But it does take quite a long time to get anywhere. I wonder how far out you can actually see the swarm from. I'm trying to work out if those sparkles are actually bits of the Dyson swarm. Like, you can see a little sparkle occasionally just like there, which might be one of my satellites. Yeah, still not enough. Although now at least we're close enough that we can start to see the planets. Yeah, there you go. So you can actually now start to clearly see the swarm around the star, which is sort of cute. I wish it would like take all the text away. I've somehow managed to set it up so it looks a little bit like an atom of some kind. But I've only got 1,500 sails in orbit at the moment. Okay. Achieve maximum velocity. Yeah, it looks a lot better in the actual game than it does in the sphere thing. In the sphere designer. Yeah, so like you can start seeing it fairly well already. It does help that I've got so many sails there. But I've also got 3 launchers. So I found part of the problem is that the launchers really struggle at some angles. So I've got launchers at 3 different latitudes. So I'm almost always launching at least 1 solar sail. It's actually not even any point warping anymore. We're going to get there pretty soon. But I also have a few of the... So this comes back to your question earlier as well, Lottie. I've actually already got a bunch of sphere components there. It's just a case at the moment of I need to get the stress thing so I can actually build them not just in a ring. Because at the moment it's going to turn into a little bit like Ringworld rather than Dyson Sphere. But yeah, like you can see the science difference in my game to in the stream one at the moment. It's just like it's casually producing all 5 different types for me behind the scenes. Why can I only see 2 of the rings? Where's the 3rd ring? That is actually really suspicious. Why can I only see 2 of them? Am I just at a wrong angle to see the third one, maybe? Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah, okay, there's the third one, just faintly. See how sparkly it is, though? And there's my regular Dyson components. Just starting to work on actually building a sphere. And that is what we will soon be doing in the stream one as well. Yeah, so I've had my swarm up for a while, but the swarm's kind of useless. So yeah, it's now just about actually trying to build. I mean, I've just been building the launcher rockets manually. I've launched a whole load of components. I think I need to get nodes not on the ring so that it will actually start building the shell properly. But yeah, so we're going to leave it there for today. I'm not going to do a stream like this tomorrow, but I will probably stream at least a little bit at some point. So yeah, if you're free, come back, check it out. Thank you for hanging out with me, and yeah, I will catch you next time. Bye for now.